Yeah, hold on. Once I got too much. Hey, Kristen, you talking about that tree over on 24? Yeah, you want me to put that in the show? Okay. All right, bye. Lily? Hello, Lily? Okay, I'm ready now. I was talking to Kristen there.
Okay.
Uh-huh. More great fall weather is on the way to the tri-states. We'll talk about it next. Woo.
I'm just trying to figure out what happened.
Next. More great fall weather is on the way. I'll tell you about it coming up next. Greetings one and all, a gorgeous day of weather out there. Temperatures are in the 60s. It's very comfortable and the skies are delightful. Lots of blue and clear sunshine. Have you ever heard of clear sunshine? I haven't either. Let's do this again. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a beautiful day. Lots of sunshine out there. Comfortable temperatures right now in the 60s with lots of sunshine expected to continue till sunset. High pressure building in across the region will sponsor another chilly night with lows back around 40 degrees. As we head through the day tomorrow, not too bad at all. We're going to look for dry weather conditions. Chance of rain, though, by Thursday and much warmer weather for the end of the week, into the weekend. Join me at 6, won't you? Thank you.
Businesses, when they do look to relocate here or families look to come here, they look at the schools, that and hospitals. Look at the schools, that and hospitals, and we want to have stellar schools that we can show off and be proud of. And I think this is the exact plan. It's like a perfect storm with everything coming together here. We've got this opportunity.
train to Chicago Friday morning.
So, yeah, okay, let's see. All right, okay. And I can sense the sincere sadness in your voice.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I'm glad you can sense it, because I wasn't feeling it.
Hey, I think I'm ready to do one of my most favorite things all day, and that is to write up my block by block verbatim of all my drafts.
It is a good time, isn't it?
Mic check me.
Hi, I need prompter turned on camera 1, please. There you go. Coming up in just about 40 minutes on KHQA News at 5.
Beautiful.
Did you see this the other day? Oh, yesterday. Hey, God.
2 minutes. Do you have an ISB in?
2 minutes what, Lily?
Do you have an ISB?
I do.
Okay.
This guy on Facebook wrote in saying, "Where's Christian Aguilera?"
Yeah.
It looked like what's her name, the singer, you know?
Yeah, Christine Aguilera.
Yeah. Just cracked me up. I guess I'm the person saw that. That was funny.
Wow, that hurt. Excuse me. Coming up in just about 40 minutes on KHQA News at 5. 3 tri-state counties have gained some momentum in the battle against a planned Northeast Missouri power line. The next steps against Ameren at 5, right after Ellen.
Clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is KHQA News at 5. It's your news now.
Businesses, when they do look to relocate here or families look to come here, they
You're watching KHQA News at 5 with Carol Sowers. And You're watching KHQA News at 5 with Carol Sowers and Chief Meteorologist.
You need to know what your status is.
We're going to have a conference on Wednesday.
Quincy is a community that loves preservation. Certainly it's a community built on our historic architecture, and so.
So I said to him, I said, hey man, I said, I noticed the stage plot. You don't have
Important to us to help keep music alive and
Now, your exclusive 7 Storm Team forecast. You're watching KHQA News at 5. It's your news now.
It's important for people to realize that people do
Hi there. Hi, Carol's mic, Carol's mic, Carol's mic. Hello, hello, hello. Why? And it's going to be fixed when? The iPads quit working? And what are we doing about that?
I just heard a lot of stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna talk about it because I think I heard tons of stuff going on. Here, you can use them. I moved over here. Lights in the background. That's everything. Sweet. I am. Right there. Okay, cool. Mike, how are you today? I'm fine, David. How are you? Yeah. So you got a new cell phone number. I did.
Why did we go off the air Friday night? I thought it was over the weekend, overnight. Oh, I see.
Got a new edit bed. Ford. We got some pieces of it.
Okay.
What did they do to it?
I'm eternally
I saw that. Yeah, I like to talk about weather, and that's just what I'm going to do tonight. And talk about some weather. Yep.
This is KHQA News at 5. It's your news now.
What started in Warsaw last night ended more than 100 miles away in Elmwood this morning. See who police say is behind a stabbing in Hancock County. A former president stopped in Chicago today. Hear why he's weighing in on the race for governor. Now, breaking news at 5. A body found yesterday near LaGrange, Missouri, has been identified as a barge worker who went missing 2 weeks ago in the Mississippi River. Adams County Coroner Jim Keller tells KHQA 20-year-old Jacob Clymer was the man found in the river. Clymer went missing from the tugboat he was working on north of Canton on October 8th. Keller said Clymer died from drowning and no foul play is suspected. Clymer was from Henderson, Tennessee. Police say they have the man who stabbed another man outside of a Warsaw home last night. They arrested 67-year-old Dorrance Smizer around 5 o'clock this morning in Elmwood, Illinois. That's about 100 miles east of Warsaw near Peoria. He's charged with aggravated battery. The victim, 40-year-old Brielle Clear of Warsaw, walked to a neighbor's house for help and was taken to Blessing Hospital. An investigation revealed the two men had an argument that led to a physical fight. Authorities say that's when Smizer stabbed Clear with a knife. Smizer is in the Hancock County Jail. We are approaching 1 year since conceal and carry became legal in Illinois. KHQA's David Amilati spent today looking at why it's important for everyone to be informed about firearms.
Agree or disagree with the law, conceal and carry has been legal in Illinois since January 1st, 2014. The importance of educating society on firearms safety for some is crucial.
It's important for people to realize that people do go through proper training in order to actually conceal and carry.
Leon Orbert is a manager at Farm and Family Supply in Quincy who says there is an increased interest in conceal and carry since the law passed.
It's not just any person off the street being able to do that without going through the proper resources and getting their proper training needed.
According to the Illinois State Police, to date, 93,752 total conceal and carry applications for licenses have been accepted. Of the total accepted, 80,950 applications have been approved and activated to carry a license. Robert McClintock is one of the co-owners of Great River Firearms Training, Inc. and says this is the perfect time for both carriers and non-carriers to become educated.
It's the opportunity for people to become educated, to be more informed. We have a lot of personnel come through here that have no experience whatsoever with firearms, and that's great because those are the people that are easy to teach.
Training teaches the person in home protection, personal protection, to be able to transport a loaded firearm, and about the law itself. Residents of Illinois like Clive Cordy see the advantages of an Illinois license to conceal far more advantageous than just being able to carry in Illinois.
It allows you to carry in 22 other states, not just Illinois, which is very good. And for the person of Illinois who obviously travels in these states, it's definitely a benefit.
Now, after 5 years, you have to renew your license. There will be requirements, but those have yet to be determined. Most likely some classroom work, some shooting, and potentially some cost. Reporting live in studio for KHQA News, I'm David Amilati.
An Augusta man involved in a motorcycle crash over the weekend is in good condition at a Springfield, Illinois hospital. The Adams County Sheriff's Office reported 32-year-old Robert Elefritz and the child who was riding with him hit a semi after the truck did not yield to a stop sign. This happened just outside of Fowler, Illinois on Sunday afternoon. Elefritz was taken to Blessing Hospital, then transferred to Memorial Medical Center in Springfield. The boy had minor injuries. The Sheriff's Office says the semi-driver, 46-year-old James Genenbacher of Fowler, was charged with disobeying a stop sign. I think you hit it out of the park again today, Mike Holt.
I believe so. It is absolutely beautiful out there. Temperatures are a wee bit cooler than they were yesterday, but lots of sunshine. And shall we get started with the view into Macomb, where they have brilliant sunshine right now. And there you go. Look at that view of the town square there. 60 degrees. So yes, indeed, a little cooler, but look at those blue skies, light winds, just great weather conditions out there all across the area. Now, we're going to take a peek here at a beautiful site we have from here in Quincy. As a matter of fact, we're going to see right here. I think we'll get this pulled up for you here. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. This was this afternoon on North 24th Street here in Quincy. A viewer shot this and sent it in to KHQA. Look at those beautiful fall colors. That's a good summary statement of what we have out there today right now, folks. Just gorgeous stuff. Temperatures in the 60s from Keokuk down to Pittsfield and over to Kirksville, Missouri. Lots of sun till sunset, and then clear skies overnight. A chilly one, though. Lows around 40 degrees. Wait till you hear about the weekend forecast, Carol. It is going to be, well, fantastic.
I can hardly wait.
Okay.
Thanks very much. Tonight is the final forum for voters to learn more about the QPS proposal, that $89 million bond proposal that would restructure grades, levels, and upgrade buildings in the Quincy Public School District. KHQA's Jack Pluta is live from the Kroc Center, where the meeting will start at 7 o'clock. Jack, what can people expect when attending these meetings?
Well, Carol, I'll start off by saying anybody confused as to how they are going to vote come November 4th, this is the place that you're going to want to be. It's basically just a giant question and answer forum. Now they're going to start off with committee co-chairman George Crickard. He usually talks. He'll start off the meeting by telling the public a basic plan on what they can expect if this plan is approved. Then Todd Moore, he's the architect for all of this. He will give specifics about some of these new schools, technology upgrades, and what will be done to some of these old schools. The $89 million plan would upgrade Quincy High School and other school buildings, also adding new elementary schools to the district. This would be paid for by bonds and not taxpayer money. Project architect Todd Moore says the schools will benefit more than just the students.
Businesses, when they do look to relocate here or families look to come here, they look at the schools, that and hospitals. And we want to have stellar schools that we can show off and be proud of. And I think this is the exact plan. It's like a perfect storm with everything coming together here. We've got this opportunity.
Now, we understand not everybody can make it to this meeting tonight at 7 o'clock in the Meadows Room in the Kroc Center. So we're going to help you out a little bit. Jump on to KHQA.com, use your phone, use your tablet, your computer. We will be live streaming this event. So again, anybody who has questions about this $89 million referendum, log on to KHQA.com. We'll have the whole thing streaming there. Again, this is tonight at 7 o'clock in the Kroc Center in the Meadows Room. Reporting live in the Kroc Center, Jack Pluto. Carol, back to you.
All right, thank you, Jack. Missouri and Illinois farmers are behind schedule on their corn and soybean harvest due to all that wet weather in the tri-states. The National Agricultural Statistics Service reports only 3.5 days were suitable for field work last week. The Missouri corn harvest is 58% complete, with soybeans only 1/4 complete. The U.S. Department of Agriculture says Illinois' corn harvest is 43% complete. That's down 20% from the average over the past 5 years. Still, the USDA says 83% of the corn crop is rated as good to excellent. Slightly more than 3/4 of the soybean crop is classified in those two categories. Former President Bill Clinton says he supports the re-election bids of Governor Pat Quinn and U.S. Senator Dick Durbin because they're concerned about the future. Clinton spoke today at a Chicago manufacturing plant. He says the November 4th election is about key issues like jobs and health care. Quinn wants a second full term. Businessman Bruce Rauner is his Republican challenger. Several Northeast Missouri residents were very happy with an announcement made last night. Up next, what could come next for a proposed power line in the region. Hi, we're 15 seconds over. Lily, when I've got live shot audio coming through my earpiece along with your voice, plus in my other ear, I have loud live shot audio, I can barely hear you. Oh, you know, you need to just, really? I can't believe you would even ask me that. I was trying to proofread late coming stories and kind of forgot about it.
You're watching KHQA News at 5 with Carol Sowers and Chief Meteorologist Mike Cole. This is KHQA. It's your news now.
October is National AIDS Awareness Month, and one woman is speaking up about her personal battle with HIV. KHQA's Lauren Khalil spoke with the woman who's been living with HIV for decades and how developments in science have helped her live a normal life.
You need to know what your status is, because there's other people in your life, not just you, that depend on you.
Lori was diagnosed HIV positive 22 years ago in April of 1992. She was tested for HIV after her husband at the time got into a motorcycle wreck and needed a blood transfusion. Shortly after, he became very ill and was later diagnosed with AIDS.
When I first found out, though, I was very cautious about everything. Wouldn't let my kids drink after me, and then I got to thinking later on, they had been doing that all them years before and wasn't positive.
In the United States, 1.1 million people are living with HIV, the infection, and about 1 in 6 people don't even know that they're infected.
It's recommended that everyone between the age of 13 and 64 have at least one HIV test so that they know what their status is. It's like knowing what your cholesterol number is. It's just routine, good health maintenance. HIV is not a death sentence. It is a serious condition, but we are 30 years into this epidemic, and it has become a manageable chronic health condition.
When Lori was diagnosed decades ago, she was taking between 15 and 20 pills each day, and now she is down to just 1 pill a day.
I think that if you accept it, don't try to hide from it, and watch what you do, you'll stay healthier longer. You don't know, and you find out later, you may have gone and infected other people. And I would never want to have to live with the thought that I ever infected anyone else.
Lauren Quill, KHQA News, Quincy.
Those pills that Lori is taking will not cure her of HIV, but they will keep the virus at bay, preventing it from turning into AIDS. Anyone can be tested for free, regardless of insurance coverage, which is another reason people should get tested to know their status. The Neighbors United group has gained some momentum in its battle against Ameren's planned Mark Twain power line. At a public forum in Kirksville last night, the group announced that Adair, Knox, and Schuyler counties have signed resolutions opposing the power line through northeast Missouri. Neighbors United had a large presence yesterday outside the Cole County Courthouse in Jefferson City, where Ameren officials were in court. Eminent domain lawyer Paul Henry spoke with the judge from that court hearing and explained what it will mean for Neighbors United.
We're going to have a conference on Wednesday afternoon where I think the judge is going to make his decision and most likely kick Ameren out of court, which is fantastic news for all of you.
If you'd like to know more about the proposed power line, you can attend an open house next week in Palmyra. On Tuesday, October 28th, Ameren will host that open house at the American Legion Hall. That's at 600 Short Street. It will start at 4 p.m. and last until 7 p.m. It's been a year since the Newcomb Hotel burned to the ground, but some of its most well-known features have been preserved for future use. The columns, the placard, and many bricks now are in private storage to be used in potential new construction. The city's still in negotiations with the Iowa-based Hobart Historic Restoration to build on the former hotel site. The 5-story building would include the first floor for commercial use and floors 2 through 5 for market-rate apartments. Mayor Kyle Moore says the city recognizes the importance of preserving its past.
Quincy is a community that loves preservation. Certainly it's a community built on our historic architecture, and so we wanted to preserve that as much as possible. And so if it doesn't get utilized with this building, then we would give it to most likely the Historical Society to see if they can't utilize it.
There is no timetable for the contractor to accept the city's proposal to begin construction. After losing more than 100 pounds, Biggest Loser contestant Vincent Hickerson, better known as Vinny, came to Quincy High School today to encourage music and good health. He talked with students about his program, Music with a Mission. It's a unique way for schools to support music programs without relying on pizza or bake sales, which can encourage poor eating habits. With his singing career going well, Vinny knows the value of having music in schools.
Important to us to help keep music alive in schools. You know, that's what we started this whole thing for, is to, you know, make sure that the arts are not getting taken out of our schools.
For more information, visit the Music with a Mission page on Facebook.
All right, very pretty weather out there today, and we're looking at more of the same for tomorrow, but what about Thursday, and how about that weekend? I hear it's going to be gorgeous. I'll tell you what I think coming up next.
Hi. Would you like to have a seat? Step up on the podium and sit on the one furthest from me. Look around. Hopefully there is a microphone draped over something. Yes. If you would put that on, you probably want to run it up under your shirt. You've done this before? Yeah. I thought you had. Yeah. You're Katie? Yes. I thought so. Okay. Okay. Do you remember that after weather, you need to look nicely into camera 3? Yeah. And we'll take a little shot of you, okay? I just don't want to catch you off guard. I don't know what look nicely into camera 3 means, but there you go. Okay, do we have weather video? Do we know?
That we do. I'm willing to bet we do.
But we don't know what it is.
Oh, for real?
No.
Oh, no, we did. What was it? I remember she brought it up in the meeting. Oh, it's Mark Twain Lake. Allison shot it today.
Hey, do we know what the weather video is? I will page right now. Thank you.
Mark Twain Lake, I'm telling you. I was in the tour by me.
I know, but she's going to page the newsroom to make a point that they're supposed to be putting this in. Mark Twain Lake, thank you.
Oh, is that how it's done? No, because I'm part of the newsroom. That was mean to my friends.
He already did. Ross? Uh-huh.
How did you know? Oh, I see how that worked. Okay. Message delivered.
Now, your exclusive 7 Storm Team forecast.
Well, not too many people out on Mark Twain Lake today, and what a shame, because I think it would have been a lovely day to try to catch a fish.
Lots of beautiful weather conditions out there. Look at the sky. I mean, look at that. That looks like the coast of California or something. Well, maybe I'm getting carried away, but you know what I'm saying. Looks
beautiful.
Yeah.
That's what you're trying to say.
That's what I'm trying to say, and I will continue to try and say it because that is a gorgeous shot. It's very comfortable out there today. Lots of sunshine all across the tri-states. Everyone hopefully enjoying beautiful weather today. As we head into tomorrow, more of the same, and then fantastic weather for the weekend. And I'll tell you what to expect for the Saturday-Sunday time frame coming up. For now, high pressure locked in across northern Illinois, and it's sprawling all the way southward into Missouri and Iowa. We have lots of sunshine and a northeast flow there. That's helping drag in a little cooler air. We got to 69 yesterday, somewhere up around 63 or 64 today. And we have the sunshine, light northeast winds. You just got to love it. It is fantastic out there. We zoom in for a little closer look into the tri-states, and there you go. Nothing but clear skies and sunshine ongoing right now. So get out and enjoy yourself after work tonight. It is going to be beautiful out there through the evening hours. Quiet and seasonable weather conditions for the next couple of days. Temperatures in the 60s once again tomorrow on into Thursday. The difference on Thursday will be some rain chances come through with a quick moving system that will track out of here by Friday. Then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday look marvelous with temperatures knocking on the door of 70 degrees on Friday and well into the 70s for Saturday and Sunday with dry weather and mostly sunny to partly cloudy skies. Just great stuff for your Saturday and Sunday coming up. Now, temperatures are currently in the lower 60s. We have 64 in Hannibal, 59 the cool spot up there in Macomb, 63 over in Fort Madison. The winds, well, they've been out of the east-northeast, or generally the northeast, I should say, today. And there you see that flow about 5 to 10 miles an hour. So nothing too much out there. A light breeze, though. And you got the sunshine, 62 degrees here in Quincy at the airport. The winds are out of the northeast, near 10 miles an hour there, and just marvelous weather conditions. The coolest air locked up closer to the center of that high-pressure system. 49 in Chicago, 57 in Bloomington, 66 in St. Louis. They're playing ball. The World Series Game 1 tonight in Kansas City, 71 degrees. Great weather out there, warming up to 81 further south and west in Wichita. So we have that big dome of high pressure, sinking air. It's going to move off to the east slowly but surely overnight tonight. Winds become more east-southeast by tomorrow. More clear skies. Temperatures fall back to a chilly 40 degrees for many of us. Some 30s actually in the eastern part of the viewing area later on tonight. Tomorrow we take it back up to the lower 60s, and by later on tomorrow evening we'll have a system starting to move in, a warm front followed by a cold front, but that'll bring us a chance of rain later on. Best chances on Thursday, about a 30-40% coverage, something like that. 40 for a low tonight in Keokuk and Hannibal, 36 in Macomb, 39 in Jacksonville. Could see some frost up around Macomb, I do believe. Temperatures rise back up into the lower 60s, much like today for tomorrow afternoon. 40 and clear skies tonight. Quiet weather, winds out of the east 5 to 10. Tomorrow, more southeast than anything else, 5 to 15 miles an hour, partly clouded, mostly sunny skies. And we'll go with a 61-degree high here in Quincy. Now check out this 7-day forecast. Outside of the rain chances on Thursday, woo-wee, look at that. 69 on Friday, partly sunny skies, 73 and sunshine on Saturday. And then as we head into Sunday, 74 and still delightful with partly cloudy skies and dry weather conditions. Another chance of rain showers in here by Monday, Carol. But all in all, enjoyable weather. Get out and really, take advantage of this because this is a real treat here as we wind down the month of October.
I totally agree with you.
Okay.
Thanks, Mike. Up next on KHQA News at 5, Halloween is right around the corner, and the Quincy Public Library has all kinds of activities planned to get you ready. Katie Crusher is here to explain next.
Fun trying to cover desks.
Yeah, I'm sure. Okay, so Halloween, you've got it all.
We have
Friday, 6 to 8.
If you want it.
What? Oh, great.
Teen Halloween party from 6 to 8 on Friday, October 24th. And then we've got a few other things. And yeah, we will be having our Halloween party.
The answers.
Sure thing.
Okay. And sorry,
That's all right.
I'm thinking.
No, that's fine.
Sometimes it hurts.
I'm with you.
Okay. Talk to me. The cameras will follow us. I always tell people that it's kind of like Murphy's Law of television. No matter what camera you look in, it's going to be the wrong one. Right.
I'll just look at you.
There you go.
That's more fun anyway.
Well, not everybody thinks so. Okay. Okay. That will be fine. Thank you.
You're watching KHQA News at 5. It's your news now.
As promised, Katie Crusher is here from the Quincy Public Library. A teen Halloween party called Nightmare on Jersey Street, appropriately enough, if you know where the library is located in Quincy, is coming up on Friday, October 24th. Tell us all about it.
Yes, we have our teen Halloween party on October 24th from 6 o'clock until 8 o'clock. And as much as I know everyone else would love to come and be involved too, this really is just for the teens. We are asking that they come in costume if they dare, because we will be having a costume contest in addition to having a DJ there who will be playing all kinds of music. We'll have a dance off to Thriller, so practice your moves now. We'll also be having some refreshments and games, activities, so that it's not just dancing, it's not just costumes. It's a little bit of everything that our teens can experience while they're at the library's Halloween party.
Now, I know for a fact that none of these teenagers were alive when Thriller actually came out.
I know.
But, you know, it's kind of become the classic Halloween song, hasn't it?
And it's just so wonderful because it's got that zombie effect. Everybody loves dancing to it. Very memorable moves and just something really fun. They might even do a little refresher course for anyone that hasn't danced it for a while.
I think that's a fabulous idea. Now, because this is an after-hours event, people need to know how to get into the library.
Yes, if you are planning on attending, first of all, we would like you to have reservations, so you can call the library at 223-1309 and make your reservation, or you can go onto our online calendar at quincylibrary.org and sign up for that so that we know how many people are coming. And then you do have to come in the north door. For anyone who was at the book sale, that's the same door that you would enter for the book sale. It goes directly into the meeting room. If you come up to the main doors, you're not going to be able to get in. We will have signs posted and things like that, but please make sure that you're coming into the right door. Otherwise, you'll be lost and standing in costume and you won't get to join the fun.
Now, you mentioned reservations. Any cost for this?
There is no cost. Library programs are free unless, you know, there is something specific that you have to bring, you know, if it's a craft program, but this particular one is completely free, open to anyone who is the right age, and we will have chaperones there as well as library staff to make sure that everything stays safe and fun.
All right. Well, it sounds like it's going to be, guaranteed. Thanks so much for joining us, Katie. We appreciate your time. Practice your Thriller dance, okay?
I'll work on it.
Okay. Here's a look ahead to the CBS Evening News with Scott Pelley.
Millions of vehicle owners have been warned about a fatal flaw in airbags, but they haven't been able to get the information they need from the federal government. Plus, there was an announcement today that there will be travel restrictions over the Ebola outbreak. We'll have those stories tonight on the CBS Evening News.
Ooh. 10.
Woo! That means no work for me.
That's 5 for me, 5 for Mike Cole.
Oh, come on. I can't work in those time constraints and say anything sensible. I can. I can just go cool, sunny, clear. Thriller dance, really? Did you say that or did she bring it up?
Thriller. She did.
Oh. I was going to say, like, is that just something you're throwing out at her? It's like,
no, that they're having a Thriller dance contest.
mm-hmm.
Okay, here's how old I am.
Yeah.
When I was living in the Alpha Chi Omega sorority house at the University of Missouri, the Thriller music video came out. And it was such a big deal that MTV would play it at specific times, and they would advertise it, say, you know, we're going to play Thriller at 6 o'clock, we're going to play Thriller at 10 o'clock, we're going to play Thriller at midnight.
Oh my goodness, wow.
And somebody Thanks for joining us. Stick around for the CBS Evening News with Scott Pelley, then KHQA News at 6.
This is KHQA News at 6. It's your news now.
Businesses, when they do look to relocate here or families look to come here, they look at the schools. That and hospitals.
It's the opportunity for people to become educated.
We have to stay calm and look at what our risk factors are and know that if you have not traveled,
Quincy is a community that loves preservation. Certainly it's a community built on our historic architecture.
You're watching KHQA News at 6 with Raja Maples.
We're going to have a conference on
Mark Twain Lake sees thousands of visitors every year. Some come for the hunting, some come to learn, and some come to simply relax.
The lake was completed in 1984, and the refuge's been there since the lake's been built. It's placed there as a
It's important to us to help keep music alive in schools. You know, that's what we started this whole.
Now, your exclusive 7-storm team forecast.
I think whoever comes out of here is going to be battle tested, and it should bode well for them going forward.
What bodes particularly well for
Mark Twain Lake sees thousands of visitors every year. Some come for the hunting, some come to learn, and some come to simply relax.
The lake was completed in 1984, and the refuge's been there since the lake's been built. It's placed there as a resting area.
Mirrors refer referring to the waterfowl refuge. About 3,000 acres have been set aside for the migratory birds before they head down south.
They're just looking, this is a flyway for them. The Mississippi River is a flyway. We're on the periphery of it. So they just see a big body of open water, and so they'll stop and rest.
Mark Twain Lake sees thousands of visitors every year. Some come for the hunting, some come to learn, and some come to simply relax.
The lake was completed in 1984, and the refuge's been there since the lake's been built.
Around the square, you can find a wide variety of foods for sale. There's burritos, there's nachos, there's pulled pork sandwiches, there's corn dogs.
Oh, if only he knew. Am I first?
Hi, mic check, talking about news and important issues.
Talk about nut. Mic check, test 1, 2, 3. Check. Can you bring me up on 3 so I can check my hair? Mic check, test 1, 2, 3.
Talking about politics. Talking about important issues.
Talk about.
Talking about on the Bear Get Talk show.
Here.
Talking about chest hair. Talking about
Okay.
crazy cool medallions.
Talk about beaches.
Oh, that's good. No. Gotta be better than Gene.
You are.
No, it's all right. It's there for everyone to use. It's not mine here. It is in my zone of work, but that's okay. I'm done with it.
This is KHQA News at 6. It's your news now.
1 year after Illinois' concealed carry law took effect, we explore how it's working and how many people have been trained to use firearms safely.
Plus, investigators now know the identity of the body found in the Mississippi River yesterday.
But first, voters in the Quincy Public School District have another chance to learn about the November school building referendum. Good evening and thanks for joining us for KHQA News at 6 tonight. Tonight is the final public forum concerning an $89 million bond proposal.
It would restructure, rebuild, and upgrade Quincy Public School buildings. KHQA's Jack Pluta joins us live from the Kroc Center in Quincy, where the meeting is scheduled for 7 o'clock tonight. Jack, what can people expect when attending these meetings?
Well, guys, I'll start off by saying that these meetings are great for anybody who's on the ropes of how they're going to vote come November 4th. If they're unsure whether they want this or they don't want this, and anybody who comes here, they're pretty much just a big question and answer session. The meeting's going to start off with committee co-chairman George Crickard. He usually starts off the meetings by telling the public kind of a basic plan on what they can expect if this plan is indeed approved. Then Todd Moore, the architect for all of this, will give specifics about the new schools, technology, upgrades, stuff like that, and what will be done with some of the older schools. The $89 million plan would upgrade Quincy High School and other buildings, as well as add brand new elementary schools to the district. This would also be paid for by bonds, not taxpayer money. Project architect Todd Moore says the schools will benefit more than just its students.
Businesses, when they do look to relocate here or families look to come here, they look at the schools, that and hospitals. And we want to have stellar schools that we can show off and be proud of. And I think this is the exact plan. It's like a perfect storm with everything coming together here. We've got this opportunity.
Now, we understand maybe some people might not be able to attend the meeting tonight in the Meadows Room at the Kroc Center, so KHQA has you covered. Jump onto our website, use a tablet, smartphone, computer, anything that has an internet connection. You should be able to live stream the forum, and that way you can watch it from home if you don't have enough time to come in here. Also, I will be live tweeting throughout the event. At KHQA Jack Pluta is my Twitter handle, so feel free to follow me, of course. But again, the meeting is tonight at 7 o'clock in the Meadows Room at the Kroc Center. Reporting live from the Meadows Room, Jack Pluta. Guys, back to you.
Breaking news at 6 tonight. A body found yesterday near LaGrange, Missouri has now been identified as that barge worker who fell off a boat 2 weeks ago in the Mississippi River. Adams County Coroner Jim Keller identified the man as 20-year-old Jacob Clymer. Clymer fell off the tugboat he was working on north of Canton October 8th. Keller said Clymer died from drowning and no foul play is suspected. Clymer was from Henderson, Tennessee. Marquette Transportation owned the tugboat in which the man fell.
Police have a man in custody who they say stabbed another man in Warsaw last night. 67-year-old Doran Smizer was arrested around 5 o'clock this morning in Elmwood, Illinois. That's about 100 miles east of Warsaw near Peoria. Smizer is charged with aggravated battery. Now, the victim, 40-year-old Brian Clear of Warsaw, was taken to Blessing Hospital last night after walking to a neighbor's house for help. An investigation revealed Clear and Smizer had a verbal argument that led to a physical fight. Authorities say that's when Smizer stabbed Clear with a knife. Clear was taken to Blessing Hospital by helicopter, and Smizer is in the Hancock County Jail.
Agree or disagree with the law, concealed carry has been legal in Illinois since January 1st. Well, the importance to educate society on firearm safety for some is crucial. According to the Illinois State Police, to date, 93,752 total concealed carry applications for licenses have been accepted in the state. Of the total accepted, 80,950 applications have been approved and activated to carry a license. Robert McClinton co-owns Great River Firearms Training, Inc., and he says this is a perfect time for both carriers and non-carriers to become educated.
It's the opportunity for people to become educated, to be more informed. We have a lot of personnel come through here that have no experience whatsoever with firearms, and that's great because those are the people that are easy to teach. We'll check the barrel.
Well, after 5 years, you have to renew your license, and there will be requirements, but those have not yet been determined.
And let's talk about some good news in the weather department, of course. Another great day outside today, Mike. A lot of sunshine, a lot of blue skies. So what can you tell us about the conditions right now?
Well, we're going to continue through the evening with quiet weather conditions and lots of sunshine until sunset here in about 20 minutes or so. It's going to be a quiet night and a cold night. Let's start out by looking into Macomb right now in the live view. And wow, what a pretty spot that is right now. You can see the town square there and the sun just is shining. It's been a beautiful day up there and a beautiful day here in Quincy. This is a shot that a viewer took over on North 24th Street today here in Quincy. Look at the fall colors there, just beautiful stuff. And that has been seen all across the region today with all the sunshine and blue skies as well. Temperatures have fallen back into the 50s here in Quincy as well as up in Fort Madison and Keokuk. 57 out to the east in Jacksonville tonight. Look for clear skies. Temperatures will tumble back down into the chilly 30s for some, right around 40 here in Quincy. But let me tell you what, this weekend is going to be gorgeous. I'll tell you all about it coming up.
Mike, thanks. Now that the nation seems to have a bit better handle on the Ebola crisis, area hospitals are still remaining on very high alert. KHQA's Michael Pilarchi joins us in studio to tell us how one area hospital is doing just that. So, Michael, what is this hospital doing and why?
Well, Ross, what they're doing is preparing for Ebola, and in that case, they're doing it in a well-fashioned manner. I spoke to authorities at Hannibal Hospital, and they say they have an action plan if Ebola was to break out. Now, one official said that he can and will do everything reported with Ebola comes in, but hospital officials are urging the community to know the difference between Ebola and flu-like symptoms. One official explains the importance in doing so.
We have to stay calm and look at what our risk factors are and know that if you have not traveled to West Africa or been in direct body fluid contact with a patient that's got it, you don't have it.
If you have questions regarding Ebola preparedness or things to look for, visit HannibalHealth.org for more information. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Michael Pilarchi, KHQA News.
Well, thank you, Michael. Well, an Augusta man involved in a motorcycle crash over the weekend is in good condition at a Springfield, Illinois hospital. The Adams County Sheriff's Office reported that 32-year-old Robert Ellifritz and the child who was riding with him hit a semi after the truck did not yield to a stop sign. This happened just outside of Fowler Sunday afternoon. Ellifritz was taken to Blessing Hospital and then transferred to Memorial Medical Center in Springfield. The boy had minor injuries. The Sheriff's Office says the semi driver, 46-year-old James Gittenbacher of Fowler, was charged with disobeying a stop sign. Well, it has been more than a year since the Newcomb Hotel burned to the ground in Quincy, but some of its most known attributes have been saved for future use. The columns, the placard, and many bricks are in private storage to be incorporated with the potential new construction. Now, the city is still in negotiations with the Iowa-based Hobart Historic Restoration to build on the former hotel site. The 5-story building would include a first floor for commercial use, and floors 2 through 5 would be for market-rate apartments. Mayor Kyle Moore says the city recognizes the importance of preserving its past.
Quincy is a community that loves preservation. Certainly it's a community built on our historic architecture, and so we wanted to preserve that as much as possible. And so if it doesn't get utilized with this building, then we would give it to most likely the Historical Society to see if they can't utilize it.
There is no timetable on when the contractor will accept the city's proposal to begin construction. While the locals are wrapping up their lake time, another visitor is making its way to water. We'll show you why they're getting some special treatment coming up.
You're watching KHQA News at 6 with Raja Maples, Ross Green, Chief Meteorologist Mike Cole, and Sports Director Chris Dewar. This is KHQA. It's your news now.
The Neighbors United group has gained some momentum in its battle against Ameren's planned Mark Twain power line. The group announced that Adair, Knox, and Schuyler counties have signed resolutions opposing the power line throughout northeast Missouri. Neighbors United had a large presence yesterday outside the Cole County Courthouse in Jefferson City. That's where Ameren officials were in court. Eminent domain lawyer Paul Henry explained what the court hearing meant for Neighbors United.
We're going to have a conference on Wednesday afternoon where I think the judge is going to make his decision and most likely kick Ameren out of court, which is fantastic news for all of you. If there is more information you would like to know about the proposed power line, you can attend an open house next week in Palmyra. On Tuesday, October 28th, Ameren will host the open house at the American Legion Hall. That's located at 600 Short Street. It will start from 4 and goes until 7 p.m.
In just a few days, officials at Mark Twain Lake plan to reserve a section for 10,000 visitors. But we're not talking about tourists. It's waterfowl that will be stopping at the lake before a journey south. KHQA's Allison Brown shows us how the Army Corps of Engineers is prepping for these seasonal guests.
Mark Twain Lake sees thousands of visitors every year. Some come for the hunting, some come to learn, and some come to simply relax.
The lake was completed in 1984, and the refuge's been there since the lake's been built. It's placed there as a resting area.
Mir is referring to the waterfowl refuge. About 3,000 acres have been set aside for the migratory birds before they head down south.
They're just looking. This is a flyway for them. The Mississippi River is a flyway. We're on the periphery of it. So they just see a big body of open water, and so they'll stop and rest because that's where they feel safe and that's where they can rest and feed.
Mir and others who work on the lake will ensure the resting fowl's safety when they come in a few weeks.
At any given time, there'll be 10,000 ducks on the lake. There could be close to 20,000 ducks on the lake in different pockets across in different areas of the big water.
From the end of October to December, visitors are not allowed near the refuge. Mir says this is done to help the fowl not hurt its population because he says we'll need them for the future. Allison Brown, KHQA News, Ross County, Missouri.
That portion of Mark Twain Lake will close for the season this coming Saturday, October 25th. Well, after losing more than 100 pounds, the Biggest Loser contestant Vincent Hickerson, better known as Vinny, stopped at Quincy High School today promoting music and good health. He talked to students about this program, Music with a Mission. It's a unique way for schools to help support music programs without relying on just pizza or bake sales, which can encourage poor eating habits. With his singing career going well, Vinny knows the value of having music in schools.
Important to us to help keep music alive in schools. You know, that's what we started this whole thing for, is to, make sure that the arts are not getting taken out of our schools.
For more information, you can visit the Music with a Mission page on Facebook.
73 and 74. Those are the high temperatures I'm expecting for 2 of the next 7 days. Stay tuned to find out when.
Now, your exclusive 7 Storm Team forecast.
Let's go back to Mark Twain Lake for our sleep tight weather view tonight. This is from earlier in the afternoon, a nice calm picture. Pretty much you see this anywhere you go in the tri-states today. Mike, before the break, I heard you mention a couple of numbers that I think a lot of people are going to like. I don't want you to give that away yet, but I think you've got some good news coming tonight.
Yeah. You know, we're not going to see those numbers tonight, I can tell you that, or tomorrow. But they're in the forecast, and I think they're going to line up real well when folks have a lot of time off. We'll put it that way.
All
for right now. And for now, we'll move on along and show you what's going on this evening. There you go. We've got clear skies, the sun's setting here, and high pressure firmly locked overhead here across the tri-states. That big blue arrow signifying the wind's coming down out of the northeast, out of that dome of high pressure that's focused up near Chicago. So we've got light winds, sinking air, and the clear skies, rain-free conditions. And as we zoom in a little closer, no clouds anywhere nearby Quincy or the tri-states area. We're keeping things very quiet for you tonight. Temperatures, though, will be pretty chilly, falling back into the probably the later part of the 30s into the early 40s, somewhere in there as we head on into the overnight hours. Now, it's going to be quiet. It's going to be seasonably warm tomorrow, somewhere in the lower 60s. Rain chances, they'll build in sometime on Thursday, but they'll be out of here by Friday. And on Friday, we'll see some sun. Temperatures in the upper 60s, knocking on the door of 70 degrees. And then by Saturday and Sunday, yes, indeed, 73 your high on Saturday, 74 your high on Sunday, with lots of sunshine and rain-free conditions continuing. Temperatures generally right around 60 degrees this hour. It's 59 in Keokuk. If you're watching from Hannibal, you have 61, 57 for our friends out in Jacksonville, Illinois. Now, we do have that northeast wind right here. Look at that, about 5 to maybe up to 10 miles an hour at times across the area. Otherwise, not too much going on out there. As a weatherman, I got to tell you, it's sort of boring out there tonight. We do have clear skies and 59 degrees at the airport here in Quincy. Oh, look at that. The sun just set and we got stars going. So there you go. That's how real-time our information is. East-northeast winds at 6 miles an hour. The pressure at 30.14 inches. Now, with that dome of high pressure off to the northeast, we've got that flow coming around in a clockwise fashion, helping to drag down that cooler air out of Canada, wrapping it back around into the tri-states. The warmest of air is shoved out to the west right now near Wichita, where they have near 80 degrees this hour, 70 down in the Ozarks there in Springfield, Missouri. High pressure continues to move off to the east tonight. Our winds become more easterly overnight and then out of the southeast tomorrow. Temperatures stay in the chilly department overnight tonight. We'll look for a system to move in from the west. Later tomorrow, it'll arrive in the tri-states by Thursday, and that will indeed be a rainmaker for us, at least the chance of some scattered showers as we head through the day. Temperatures tonight falling back into the mid to upper 30s across much of the northeastern quadrant of the viewing area. Back to the south, we'll look for lows near 40 here in Quincy and down in Hannibal. Tomorrow, take it up into the lower 60s for a delightful day. Again, mostly sunny skies all across the region. Clear tonight and cold, a low near 40, east winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. For tomorrow, 61 degrees for a high, more sunshine than anything else. Southeast winds 5 to 15 miles an hour, so almost a duplicate of today's weather. As we head through the next few, there's your chance of rain showers on Thursday with plenty of clouds as that system tracks by. Later on Friday, call it partly sunny, call it really nice. Highs in the upper 60s to near 70 degrees. We'll go with 73 on Saturday with lots of sunshine, mostly sunny on Sunday, 74 degrees. Chance of rain comes in Monday. We'll keep the 70s around for one more day right there before we cool it back on Tuesday. But great timing, great weather, and I mean, what more could you ask for right there around Saturday and Sunday? Great stuff.
And it was a great day for a parade. Today was Hannibal Band Day, and we're going to show you some sounds and sights at the end of the show. Thanks, Mike.
All right.
Turn things over to sports now. Will Wilson was in last night talking a little soccer. You've got the same here tonight.
We're looking forward to the postseason, though. Huge day coming up on Wednesday for both Quincy Notre Dame and Quincy High School. If either of those teams survive this week, it will be an incredible feat. Those stories, highlights, and previews coming up next.
Now, from across the tri-states, this is KHQA Sports.
Well, what is the best Class 2A soccer regional in the state of Illinois? One could make a very compelling argument that it is the meat grinder taking place in Rochester this week. And clearly, the man whose team merited the 2 seed there won't dispute that assertion.
I think whoever comes out of here is going to be battle tested, and it should bode well for them going forward.
What bodes particularly well for the Raiders going forward is a win over the complex's top seed, though that may only serve to stoke the competitive fires on both sides of the Q&D Jacksonville divide.
Yeah, I mean, we played them during the summer, and they beat us 1-0, but the game was pretty even. We beat them 3-0, but they had a couple of starters out because of some disciplinary problems. So, I mean, if they would have had everybody and we'd have walked away with a 3-0 win, then there would have been a huge value on it. But, I mean, it seems a little tainted, and they're using that saying, you know what, Quincy's not as good as what they think they are, and because we were short-handed. So, I mean, if we can get to that game, then, yeah, it's going to be tried and tested. But we've got to get past Rochester first. I mean, we beat them 3-2 on their home field earlier in the year, and it was a pretty even game. So we'll have to play well tomorrow night.
Regardless, Greg Reese likes his team's approach entering the postseason.
The kids have played well as a unit all year long. I mean, from the back going all the way to the forwards, the backs have gotten into the attack. Our midfielders are creating scoring chances, and our forwards have done well here recently as well. So, I mean, I like the team as a whole. I mean, the kids are all working for each other. That's not an individual thing. They enjoy playing for each other, and they've had a good time this year. So hopefully we can keep going forward.
Well, from national rankings to frustrating scoring slumps, Quincy High School's regular season was a roller coaster ride. But all of that is done. All that matters now for the Blue Devils is these next 2 games in Edwardsville at the regional contests. They will likely have to play without one of their top offensive weapons in Riley Roth. Tough break, but just one more chance for this team to rise above in adversity.
We knew that we were going to challenge these kids. We knew that there'd be some ups and downs. We've hit them head on. We haven't backed away from them, and now it's a matter of taking the 20 games that we've played and put it into one game at a time, starting with Alton. And if anything comes up, I think this team will be prepared for about anything that can be thrown at us come tomorrow night. You know, I made a comment. We've had 7 1-0 ball games, going 4-3 in those games. So we've had 3 0-0 ball games. So we know from start to finish, every kick, every inbounds play, every restart, every situation that we've had is going to come right back at us, and what we learned and what we took from those games into practice and try to get better at them. Hopefully when that one opportunity comes up, that one cross, that one slotted ball, that one long throw in, that one corner kick, hopefully we'll be the ones that will be on the finishing end of it.
Quick football note to pass along. New rankings are out today. A precipitous drop for the Central Panthers from 2 to 6 this week in Class 1A after that loss to Carrollton. Quincy Notre Dame on the way to Florida remains the same in Class 4A at number 6 this week. So there you have it. We've got volleyball, soccer, and cross country coming your way tonight at 10.
Staying busy. Thanks,
Indeed.
Chris. Back after this.
Well, I see the 70s coming up.
Well, let's see them. They're going to be in the 7-day right here. Check this out. There they are, right there on Saturday and Sunday. They match up well with everyone's, well, not everyone's, but most folks' time off. So they'll get out and enjoy some great weather this weekend. Slight chance of rain, though, Thursday.
And the 3 days going into it aren't too bad either.
No, it's going to be pretty nice this next week, really.
Well, speaking of great weather, it was a great day for a parade. What day is not a great day for a parade? Well, when there's rain.
Or a foot of snow falling.
Exactly.
I mean, if we're going to get real honest about it. But.
We leave you tonight with the sights and the sounds of Hannibal Band Day, and 26 high school and middle school bands paraded down Broadway to an audience's delight. And it was a perfect afternoon for a parade. Here's a listen, and we'll be right back.
I did, and didn't you go to Highland when you went? Yeah, I was going to say, pretty convenient. Highland ends up in the highlight there.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I would have loved to have put a picture of you
on.
Back in your band.
No, we don't do that. Long time ago. We'll see you tonight at 10.
I didn't hear your message. Was it not meant for me, I guess?
No, because you're always ready to go and ready to talk.
Oh, were you getting after them? Okay, okay.
Well, I gotta get that live stream at 7, so I gotta get up, get ready for that.
You tell them. You tell them. Exactly. I know how that is.
Good. All right, good night.
What kind of ear? I'm doing that one for now. This applies to everybody.
I like that.
And it's pretty. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay. All right. I know. Jeremy did. They turned down the noise on that day. It's crazy. I know. Got it. Woo. More nice fall weather ahead. I'll tell you about it at 10.
This KHQA 70 Storm Team Update is brought to you by First Bankers Trust.
All right, everybody, it's going to be a quiet night, but what about the next 7 days? We've got 70s. I'll tell you about it next. Too long.
Too long.
Man, I try and step outside the box and do some more, and it's just too much.
It's like 3.5 seconds too long.
That's a record breaker. I would almost say I forgot to be shutting up. All right, let's try it again. Where to have dinner on Broadway tonight? Is Jordan here? No, he's not, is he? He's okay. Yeah, Fazoli's is good too. You're right. You're right. Ooh, the breadsticks. Yeah.
I had dinner right, it was so good that I've been craving it ever since.
It is good. It is good. Yeah.
This KHQA 70 Storm Team Update is brought to you by First Bankers Trust.
I have 70-degree temperatures in my forecast. I'll tell you when next. Good evening, everyone. It's going to be a quiet one tonight. Temperatures fall back into the 30s and 40s across the tri-states. Now, tomorrow, it's going to be a lot like today was. We'll see partly sunny to mostly sunny skies. Actually, let's go ahead and call it sunny, as a matter of fact, with a few clouds here and there. 62 for a afternoon high. I don't like this one, so I'd like to redo this, Lily. Hello, everybody. It's going to be a quiet night of weather. We're going to look for lows in the 30s and 40s. Later tomorrow, much like today, we're going to see temperatures back in the lower 60s with mostly sunny skies. By Thursday, a chance of rain showers, plenty of clouds around. We stay in the 60s, near 70 on Friday, into the 70s this weekend with dry weather and lots of sunshine. Thank you.
Does your car fall under an airbag recall? Find out at 10. Does your car fall under an airbag recall? Find out at 10. We are getting closer to Election Day, meaning the vote for new school buildings in the Quincy Public School System is coming up. Watch KHQA News tonight at 10 to see how the public is responding to the idea after another public forum tonight. Also, does your car fall under a national airbag recall? We'll tell you more about that, plus how police have a man in custody they say stabbed another man in Warsaw last night.
Do you want to redo it?
Nope. We're getting closer to Election Day, meaning the vote for new school buildings in Quincy is coming up. Watch KHQA News at 10 tonight to find out how the public is responding to that idea. Also, an identity is made on the body found yesterday in the Mississippi. We'll have that more at 10.
Beautiful, thank you.
Thank you. What?
You know what? I'll probably use the travel.
Good evening. Hello. Good evening. Thank you for coming tonight. It's a little after 7. We will get started. We actually have KHQA streaming live tonight, so they're in the back. After I get done with my 3 or 4 slides, I'll turn it over to Todd Moore, who will go through some architectural plans. At that time, I will move over to a chair over there and become the pointer guy for the screen that she's going to film off over there. Todd will, of course, be pointing up here with his pointer. For those at home watching will not be able to see it, so I become pointer guy over there, so you might just see me disappear over there. Thank you for coming tonight and talking about this important issue. I want to give you a little introduction of how things will go tonight. I'm George Kirkard. I'm a Quincy High graduate from 1984, which makes me 48, so you're not doing the math. I'm under 50. I am head of the Building for Quincy committee, which is the private, I guess, political action committee pushing through the bond referendum and getting information out to the public about why we think the bond referendum passing is a good thing for Quincy. I'll then turn the microphone over to Todd Moore, who's one of the engineers with Architectnics, who's one of the 3 groups, 3 architecture firms that work together to come up with plans for the basically 5 new grade schools that have planned. Joel Murphy is the Quincy Public School Business Manager. He's here tonight to answer financial questions. I do a little bit later on tonight. I have 3 commonly asked questions that I want to cover in case you don't bring them up, but since I mentioned Joel's name. There are 2 Illinois laws that cover, for some reason, school elections, right, or bond referendum elections. And what they say is that if you are a full-time, 24-hour employee of the school district that has put forth this bond referendum, after you propose it, you cannot speak positively or negatively for or against it. So the administration of the public schools, the school board members, and the principals of the different schools, since they're considered 24-hour employees, basically they're always working, cannot speak positively or negatively on the issue. They can disseminate information. So you might think it's odd that the school board put forth this referendum in August, and yet really haven't rah-rahed for it since then. And that's why, it's by law they can't. It's strange. You kind of wish the presidential and gubernatorial candidates were the same way, that they said they were for it, then you got to keep their mouth shut and they start the election. Unfortunately, that's not the case. So it's a little odd that someone that says, hey, we want this to happen, and then you don't hear from them for 2 months, and that's why. So principals, basically on up, the administrative chain, including the school board, cannot speak for or against the issue. So Joel will give information, but he will not hint one way or the other what his vote may or may not be. So I'll turn it over to Joel. Then I'll go through a couple frequently asked questions, then we'll kind of open it to the floor. We keep it, use around an hour, depending on how questions go, can leak over. We will stay here as long, or maybe as long, I've got 3 kids at home that I'd like to see. We will stay here as long as you have questions to ask and want answers for. If at any time we're running late, you guys need to leave, it will not make us feel bad if you walk right out the door. Thank you for coming, we appreciate it, because really the more you know, I think the better informed you will be heading into the polling place and hopefully understand how important this issue is for Quincy as a whole. This process really started in February of this year. The superintendent, Steve Cobb, decided that we needed to look at the facilities we have in the Quincy Public Schools, and are they adequate to provide adequate education, decent education, quality education for our kids and for the community of Quincy. So starting in February, he put together what he called the Facilities Planning Committee. There was about 20 to 30 members of the community, which is where I got involved. Also, there were members of the Quincy Public School staff and administration that were involved. And then there were a ton of well-dressed gentlemen from 3 different architecture firms in town. I think there were, 10 or 20, I mean, there was a lot of brain power from the 3 architecture firms. And it's, let me see if I get it right. Klingler Associates, Pepping, Stone, Bach. Are there any other guys in them? No, Pepping, Stone, Bach. And then Architectnics were the 3 different groups that worked together. And actually for 3 groups that probably have competed through the years for different projects, did a phenomenal job coming together. You never knew they sat in and mingled with one another. You never knew really who was who and who was working for whom. They did a phenomenal job working together to figure out what the best answer was for the Quincy Public Schools. We started off with a public questionnaire. It was 7 questions, pretty basic, answered by 1,700 citizens of Quincy. Questions were basically to get a feel of what the public thought of our current school situation, not only grade configuration. Currently we're K through 3, 4, 5, and 6 at Baldwin, 7, 8, and 9 at junior high, 10, 11, 12 at the high school. Is that a good option or not? How big do you want the schools to be? How big do you want the classrooms to be? Do you want new buildings? Do you want old buildings? Do you want a little bit of both? That was about it. There were 7 questions. So what we did is we took that information and said, you know what? I, as a citizen of Quincy, sitting on this committee, didn't know what the right answer was. I don't know what the right grade configuration is. I don't know what the right answer for how many kids per class, how many kids per school. That's where we brought in the school administrators and the teachers and said, what's the data out there show? What's the right answer? What is a good answer? So we used that public questionnaire just like we, on the citizens part of the committee, used it as information to figure out what we need to do to educate the public and educate ourselves as to what the right answer was or what the right answer could be. So is it K through 5? Is it K through 8? Is it K through 12? What's the right answer? So we used that public questionnaire to kind of gauge what the public's thought was. And as a matter of fact, it's nicely ironic that the public's answers pretty much aligned with what we ended up with. The public was split on new versus old buildings. They did want less transitions. They wanted smaller class sizes. And that's kind of what we ended up with as the right answer. We finished the project in June of 2014, essentially with 5 new grade school plan. Todd will touch on that a little bit, along with moving the 9th graders in junior high out to the high school, which we thought was important. With the planning committee, everything was on the table. Here's how much money we think we can borrow for the bonds. Here's what we can do with that money. Do we want to knock down senior high, build a new high school? Do we not want to build anything new? Do we want to refurbish what we have? Do we want to knock down every building in town? Do we want to sell them? Do we want to refurbish them? What do we want to do? How do we want to spend our money? What does public school education in Quincy look like from 2014 on? So, gee, that's a big statement to make. And sitting in a room, it's kind of hard to know where to start. So what we kind of said is there's 4 things that we must do. We felt strongly that the 9th graders must go to the high school. 9th graders are high school students. Their grades count. And yet when you're at the junior high, it's hard to understand that this is a different transition. You're now in high school. These grades are what colleges are going to look for. These are what the vocational schools are going to look for. These are what businesses are going to look for when they go to higher high school grad. So whatever your career path in life is, 9th grade is kind of where it starts to get a little serious. And yet they're at the junior high. So not only is it difficult with teaching high school level courses to a 9th grade class that's at a different building, but sports and after school activities, band, music, and all that stuff become a little more complicated when you have a high school band that in theory is 9 through 12, and your 9th graders are nowhere near our 10, 11, and 12 graders. So we wanted to put the 9th grade at senior high. Quincy Junior High stays as a building. It's a beautiful facility. It's got a nice auditorium. It's well built. There's very few buildings in Quincy built as well as the junior high. So the junior high stays as a building. It doesn't necessarily stay as the junior high, but it stays as a building. Matter of fact, it used to be Quincy Senior High, right? And if you notice the font on the letters above the entryway of the building, they switched senior to junior, so they had to switch SE to JU. The JU is a little bit different font, which I always stare up there, and it's kind of an interesting little thing. Notice it next time you go by, it's not something that jumps out at you, but if you know it used to be senior high. Now it says junior high, different font. It stays as a building, doesn't necessarily stay as a junior high. The other thing is we wanted 900 square foot classrooms, and currently we have classrooms anywhere from 450 up to, I think the largest is about 657 at the most. And those are small, the number of schools, number of kids that are in our classes. And if you look at some of the classrooms at Baldwin, which was obviously senior high at one point, the classrooms are tiny. And the way kids are being taught these days, it's not just sitting at a desk for 8 hours a day. It's moving around and becoming in small groups, and it's very hard to work in those classrooms in such small rooms. So the other thing is we wanted bigger classrooms. We wanted to design the classroom sizes to fit about 25 kids per classroom. Not that we wanted 25 in each class. We wanted, again, to define the classroom size and what the classroom could hold as about 25 students per class. And this was used as the basis to come to the realization that we needed 5 new grade schools in town. And Todd will touch on that. So then in August of 2014, the school board decided, after getting the information from the facilities committee, that that's what they want to do. They want to propose this bond referendum. And they were going to vote on it April or August, middle of August, I think. Once they voted on it and said that yes, we want to do this, then they couldn't say anything about it. So they needed to find someone with nothing better to do than spend time walking around and telling people how important this is. And so I got called in the principal's office. And just like when I was a kid, you call in the principal's office, you volunteer to do anything that they ask. So I said, yes, sir, I'll do whatever you ask me. Just tell me where to go and what to do, and I'll do it. And then once I got involved in the project, through the facilities planning committee and then on through what I'm doing now, which is building for Quincy, I realized how truly important it is in getting this done for Quincy, not just for our K-5 kids, not just for the public school kids, but for Quincy as a whole. Whether you're elderly with no kids involved in the school system, whether you have kids in the parochial school system, whether it be the Quincy Christian, whether it be the St. James Lutheran, whether it be Notre Dame system, parochial school system, whether it be homeschool, how important it is for Quincy as a whole to bring businesses in town, to keep businesses in town, to have a strong public school system. Strong public schools encourage strong parochial schools and vice versa. So I was called in and said we really need to have a private group that goes forward and marches on with the information about how important this is. So myself, along with about 10 to 15 other volunteers, have really helped spread the word on how important new schools are in keeping our schools up to date. What we do inside the buildings now is phenomenal. We need to show that outwardly. We need to have our kids taught in a safe, secure environment so they can learn and their learning environment is enriched through new schools. So we started the Building for Quincy website. It's buildingforquincy.com. Has all our architectural plans on it, frequently asked questions, information on how to get a hold of us for questions. So that's a very important site to go to. As an aside, on the back table, there are 2 basically handouts. One is put together by the Quincy Public Schools. It has the big Q on the front. It again is a neutral brochure. It basically says information about what the school bond referendum is going to look like, why it's, and what it means down the line. The others are a little handout that basically has our website on it, so if you want to take that, that's fine. I will now turn it over to Todd, who gives a phenomenal presentation, and it's interesting as we went through this every week. We met, I think, weekly or every other week from February through June. They would come with new ideas and new diagrams, and here's what a new high school would look like, here's what a new grade school would look like, here's what a big grade school would look like, here's what a small grade school would look like. And after you see the final plans, I think you'll be excited. Todd does a great job with this part of the presentation, so I will become Mr. Pointer guy over in the corner, and Todd will take over here.
I'll start here, George. Okay. Again, thank you for being here this evening. Before I get into the slideshow, I would like to just give you a brief recap of how we got to this point. This is like the 34th time we've presented this, and I wanted to tell George, each time we do this, he said tonight he was going to speak for 5 minutes. And George, you've gone to 15, and you're taking more and more of my presentation, but that's all right. Anyway, how did we get here? It wasn't just a bunch of architects and engineers putting together plans. We met over a period of about 5.5 months with the 3 firms. And with that steering committee that George mentioned, we gave them probably more information than they ever wanted, because it was all information starting out about our existing schools. Our schools range from 42 years old to 124 years old. Quincy High School is our newest building. The original part of Madison is the oldest building. So with that age of buildings, we have a lot of problems in our buildings. Buildings do not last forever, with the exception possibly of Quincy Junior High because of the way it was built. But a lot of our schools weren't built that way. So what did we tell the steering committee? And the steering committee then in turn gave us direction. But what did we tell them? Well, we talked about the physical conditions. We talked about ADA and handicap accessibility. In a number of our schools, if you know, when you go in the doors, whichever door you go in, you either go up the steps or you go down the steps. That's a real limitation for students. It's a limitation for parents of students if they have a physical handicap, or grandparents if they're there to see their granddaughter, grandson, child, whatever it might be, maybe in a performance or whatever. There's limitations in our schools. So we have ADA issues. We have transportation issues. If you drive down Main Street about 2:45 in the afternoon, and I always use that as an example, it's a real mess. We're very lucky here in Quincy. We haven't had an accident with a child or a parent or somebody getting hit because the buses and the parent drop-off or pickup is all in the same area. And it's not just Madison, it's at Adams School, it's at Dewey School, it's at Mary Ann School. Our schools have issues with transportation and how we drop off and pick up our students. We then talked about, George mentioned the size of the classrooms. We talked about how teachers store their materials. If we've got some pictures here later on if you'd like to see, but a lot of materials are stored out in the hallways. We've got classrooms that were originally storage rooms. Reading recovery at Mary Ann was a storage room. It's a tiny little closet. There's a desk in there, and that's how we teach our reading recovery at Mary Ann School. So, George mentioned the community survey that was taken. They took some direction from, the steering committee took some direction from that survey, but did not rely on it totally. But we also presented state and national standards. What are the typical size of classrooms? What are the size of gymnasiums? How do schools deal with gymnasiums and cafeteria? Are they cafeterias? Are they combined? Are they separated? At Monroe School, that's the same space. The gym and the cafeteria are the same space. So it's very difficult to perform two functions in that space at one time. The health, life, safety dollars, and this is what we really got into with the steering committee, is we looked at every single school and said, what is going to have to take place in those buildings over the next 20 years? And I'll get into this in detail in just a minute, but we've identified between $66 and $67 million of health, life, safety. And that's purely because of the age of our schools. The last 20 years, we have spent $52.5 million in these schools. So 20 years ago, if we would have been standing here and talking about this, we could have avoided some money coming forward, but here we are, and now we're projecting $66 million, and that 66 is in today's dollars. We did not hypothetically go out so many years and calculate the inflation. We just said, okay, we know it's $66 million in today's dollars. The other thing that we did is we did what we call life cycle cost analysis. And what does that mean? Well, we have all these different options that George talked about, the K-12, the K-8, the K-6, the K-5. And we spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to reuse our schools. We really did. If we could add on to Madison, if we could add on to Adams School, if we could renovate these schools. But it kept coming back to, we still have to spend a lot of money in our schools. So do we want to spend our money on newer buildings, or do we want to renovate and still have old buildings? But the life cycle cost analysis takes into account your first cost of whatever option that might be. It looks at ongoing operational costs. And then when you factor in the health, life, safety costs, at the end of 20 years, you have a number. And this plan that you're going to see is the best number. And not only the best number, we get brand new buildings. Every K-5, if this passes, every K-5 student in this district will be in a new building. They won't be in a renovated building, they'll be in a new building. So, 5 new K-5s, 4 of them are relatively the same. Baldwin School is a little bit different. And it's because we already have a gymnasium and cafeteria and auditorium there, so it's slightly different. But the 4 are relatively the same. One site we do know where it's going to go, and that's Monroe School. We have a lot of green space out there, and we can build a K-5 building out there. The other 3 that are similar, we do not know the sites yet, and that's a frequently asked question. Where are these 3 sites going to be? We don't know yet. We've got some ideas, but we're not speculating, because you can imagine if we were speculating right now, the cost of that land, whoever the owner is, would probably be increasing right now as we're talking, and we don't even know if the bond issue's passed yet. So that's 3 unknown sites, 1 known site. Now, Monroe School is obviously in the southeast quadrant. The other sites would be a northeast quadrant, a northwest quadrant, a southwest quadrant, and then we have Baldwin, which is semi in the middle. And that's the plan that's a little bit different what you're going to see. So let's look at the plan.
Oh, I got both pointers. Here. Right click or sorry.
Okay, now we're set. Okay. Can you hear me? All right, here we go. Okay, this is what the K-5 elementaries will consist of. Whoops, I'll get my right stuff going here. Okay, 24 900 square foot classrooms, and you'll see the floor plan here on the next screen, but I'm going to go through just kind of what each of these buildings have. 24 900 square foot classrooms are 4-section buildings. That means there's 4 kindergarten, 4 first, 4 second, 4 third, 4 fourth, 4 fifth. Special education instructional space for cross-cat, sensory, ED, BD, spaces for speech, interventional reading recovery, and teacher workrooms. We've got the music instructional space. There's 4 music rooms. 2 of them are for instrumental, band and orchestra. We have general music rooms, and we have some breakout space for ensemble. We have an artwork room, storage room, gymnasium, 5,000 square feet. This gymnasium is probably double most of our gymnasium sizes in our grade schools right now. But in addition to that, the governor recently signed into legislation that each new school built has to have a tornado safe room. And that's what this space is. It's a tornado safe area for all of our students and staff. We have a kitchen cafeteria for seating half of the students at one time, but kind of anticipated there'd be a 3 lunch period type operation. Administration, obviously, with a security checkpoint, and I'll talk about that in just a minute. And then we have these teaming spaces that are large open areas on each end of the building for activities such as maybe art type projects, science projects, and so forth. So here's what the building is somewhat symmetrical. We have 4 kindergarten, 4 first, 4 second, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And I think a kind of a neat way to describe this, Mike Carter from Klinger and Associates talked about, if you think about the classroom as a family, you have 4 families that create a neighborhood. And you've got these neighborhoods that create a community. So we have 2 different communities going on here, a K2 and a 3-5 community. Then we've got our special instructional spaces that I mentioned a minute ago with occupational physical therapy, sensory rooms, our ED, BD rooms, reading recovery, cross-cat rooms, and then we've got the gymnasium, as you can see. But before I move on, I want to talk about restrooms. Our schools, a couple of our schools at least, restrooms in the basement only. Madison School and Dewey School. If you're a teacher on the 2nd floor, each day you take your students down to the lower level to use the restroom. That's a 20-minute venture, and you do that again in the afternoon. It's 40 minutes of instructional time that's lost every day. So what do we do here? We have restrooms in the neighborhoods in each of the classroom areas, so we don't lose all that educational time. Kitchen, cafeteria, music space, and then pretty much the same type of features on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. From a security standpoint, and unfortunately we have to talk about security in the way that we do. It's a crazy world, and so we've covered security very well in this plan. It's a 4-level security plan. People entering the building come through the main doors. They're screened in through security, so that's your first line of defense. I hate even talking like that, line of defense in a grade school, but it's just, you never know. I mean, the Sandy Hook, the Columbine, we've got it covered here. So if someone gets past the first line here, they shouldn't be in the building. We've got it locked down, or we can lock down each community. And then beyond that, we can lock down the neighborhoods. So that's the 3rd line, and obviously the classroom spaces are locked. Now this is an enlarged view of the classroom space, and so this is the 3rd graders here, 4 classrooms, but you can see the doors between the classrooms. That's so that if somebody's in this area that shouldn't be there, teachers and staff or students can move between classrooms so they're not actually confined or cornered in a space. This is the enlarged area of the cafeteria, kitchen, and this is the music space, as you can see. We've got that covered. Baldwin School right now has most of our instrumental type activities. Each of these schools, we've got that covered. Now, this is what it looks like in the site plan. This represents about 7.5 acres, 2 city blocks. So it's a rather large footprint. You can see how the building sits here. Buses drop off, parents drop off in a separate area. So now we're separating those 2 functions for safety reasons. So if you're a parent dropping off a K2 student, you drop off here. 3-5 would be down here. Staff parking, playground space, everything is contained on the site. We're trying to get away from street parking and so forth. This is what if you're flying by the building, this is a bird's eye view. You can see the buses parked out front here, main entrance. And probably the most important thing here is you see these skylights, a lot of natural light being let into the buildings. These are raised up areas over the community areas. This is the cafeteria area, but a lot of natural light coming into the building. Studies show that natural light improves the students' ability to learn. This is a front view of the building. This is the main entrance. You can see the large raised up areas, a lot of natural light coming into buildings. I also say in each one of these presentations, don't focus on the materials and the colors, because with each of these schools being in a different quadrant of the city, they may take on their own style of architecture, because Quincy is a very architecturally rich community and we've got different types of architecture. So if this is in the Northwest, it might be different than what's in the Southeast as far as colors, brick styles, materials, and so forth. And this is just kind of the front entrance. It doesn't really show you much different, but this is the main entrance of the building. Baldwin School. If you're familiar with Baldwin, we've got the gymnasium, kitchen, cafeteria, and auditorium and music space. These spaces are going to stay. The rest of the building, south building, west and north, is all going to come down, and the round room is also going to go away. So what does that look like with the new building? Well, if you remember the plan that I showed you a minute ago, we had gymnasiums and kitchens and cafeterias. We don't need that here because we already have that space. So right where the round room used to be, we're going to connect in. And we kind of chopped out the middle part of that plan that I showed you just a minute ago and brought the classrooms together, and that's what this space looks like. So we've got all the classrooms and all the special education needs met in our new footprint here. This is what it looks like in an aerial view. Main Street, 30th Street. So you can see how the building fits real nicely in this area, where it's kind of where the mall area is now of the building. And you can see that if you're up here on Circle Drive coming off Main Street, we're putting a road right around the crest of the hill, and that's where the parent drop-off would be, and then buses would continue to drop off on this side of the building. So we're separating those two functions. Another bird's eye view, just looking down, if you were kind of hovering out over 30th Street, this is what it looks like. But a lot of the same similar features with a lot of natural light. And the front of the building, nothing special here other than just to show this is where the road comes around the front. This is the new administration area, classroom, and you can see the raised high area here with a lot of natural light coming in the building. Okay, Quincy Senior High School. 27 new classrooms. This is to accommodate the 9th graders coming out to Quincy High. 24 of these classrooms are 900 square foot or larger. A minimum of 20 are needed for the freshmen. 18 of these are located in the new freshman edition. Doesn't mean that all the freshmen are going to take their classes in the freshman edition. It's just a space holder because that's how much space we need for the additional number of students. This freshman area will be constructed as a tornado safe area. That's how we're handling the Quincy High students for tornado safe. 7 of these classrooms are located in a 2-story addition on Building E, science type rooms. We have the special education instructional space covered in this new addition. We've got nothing going on in Building A, which is our music building, no work in that area. And then for gymnasium physical education, we looked at adding on to the gymnasium, but then we kind of rethought that because a lot of what's being done today across the country is not just gymnasium type activities, but maybe like physical fitness, aerobics, yoga, some lifelong skills that a student may take with them. So we have 2 new fitness rooms and some new locker rooms. Kitchen cafeteria is being expanded to accommodate the students. Administration area is being repurposed and some new areas in the administration area, which is the main level Building B. And then we're putting in a new 2,000 square foot technology lab in the freshman area. So what does that look like? This is an aerial view. We've got Main Street up here on top. Here's the parking lot. Here's how we're going to accommodate that freshman area, or the classrooms to accommodate that. It's infilled between the music building and the cafeteria building. Here's our 2-story science addition. Here's our gymnasium and fitness addition, and we're putting a new security entrance out front. And we also have a security entrance here because what we're going to do is separate all this congestion down here with buses and kids walking as they park out here. They walk between the buses, and it's not a safe area. We're going to bring the bus traffic across the field, up the hill, make the turn, and freshmen are primarily probably riding the buses, so that's where they're going to be dropped off here at this freshman edition, which will have another secure entrance at that location. This is the floor plan view, auditorium, cafeteria. We're expanding the cafeteria and kitchen space. We have a science or a technology space. Then you can see these general purpose classrooms and some special education type rooms. Here's some classrooms on the science building, fitness rooms and locker rooms, new security. And you see this yellow highlighted area. If you know Quincy High School at all, there's a lot of lockers in this space. Well, it's like 60-some% of the students don't even use lockers at Quincy High because they're useless. They're about 4 inches wide, barely enough to get anything into. So that's something that we're going to be looking at as to whether or not we add some functional type lockers, maybe that are technology type lockers, where they can plug in a laptop or an iPad or whatever they might be. But those activities or those types of things might occur in the commons area or maybe in the cafeteria area. But we are adding in some space here for administration and just kind of repurposing that area. Okay, this is nothing too much here other than these are all single stories, so you see the roof areas, but this is the science lab addition on the second floor. This is all the existing science labs right now in this building. And a bird's eye view right over the top of the parking lot. You're looking down, you can see the infill here of the freshman addition and the various different additions on the building. And this is the freshman addition. You see the music building, cafeteria. So if you were on the bus coming up the hill, being dropped off as a freshman, this is kind of the view you would see entering the high school. Okay, total cost. $89 million, as you know. How does this break down? Well, Monroe School K-5 building is 14.2. It's a little bit less than the other 3 sites where we don't know yet, and the reason being is 14.2 versus 15.6 million. Well, we already own the land. There's some infrastructure there, so it's slightly less cost. We have $12 million for the Baldwin School K-5 and $16 million for the high school. In that $89 million is obviously new construction, demolition. We have site acquisition costs for the 3 sites that we don't know. We've got about $200,000 for each site. And then we've got playgrounds and equipment, technology. FF&E is fixtures, furnishings, and equipment. That's all the things in the building, like tables, chairs, and everything else. But also, the important number here is $7.2 million in contingency. That number is a pot of money that if it's not needed, it will not be used. We don't know everything right now at this stage of the game, so we need some contingency, because one of the questions that's asked is, well, what happens if you design these and we have some additional costs along the way? Well, we cannot go above 89 million, period. So that's what the 7.2, if we need it. If we don't need it, it will not be spent. And it's an $81.8 million project, not 89.
Hey Todd, before you go on, explain the Baldwin School 12 million versus 15.9 while that slides up.
Yeah, okay. I mentioned the $66 million for health, life, safety. We've identified that Baldwin School is going to have about $15.9 million spent at Baldwin School in the next 20 years. Well, if you look at the Baldwin School new construction cost, it's $12 million. So why would we stick $15.9 million in Baldwin when we can tear down most of it and rebuild with $12 million of new classrooms? It's kind of that one's kind of a no-brainer. And we've got those other examples like that throughout. So $66 million, 20 years. I mentioned 52.5. We spent 52.5 million spent over the last 20 years. And this is just nothing more than where these costs break down. These are all the parts and pieces of the building. I know you probably can't read that, it's a little blurry, but the big piece of the pie here is mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. All the parts and pieces that are moving, they wear out quicker. But that's where a lot of the cost is. That's your air conditioning, your heating systems, your steam pipes, boilers, all that. But then as you go around the chart here, roofs, site, we've got building exterior, we've got masonry brick issues. I'll give you an example. Dewey School, we've got a picture of it here in a little bit. The plaster ceiling in the auditorium is peeling and falling. And they said, well, it's just a roof issue. What can fix your roof? Well, it's not the roof. It's the brick parapet walls that are above the roof that were built in 1917. It's old. And so we have water coming through the brick and masonry, leaking down and above our plaster ceilings, and you can see there would be a huge cost to repair. So this is just all the parts and pieces of the 66 million. Now, in addition to we spend the 89 million, we're going to avoid 50 million of the 66 million. And you say, well, where's the other 16 million at? Well, we still have junior high school, we still have Quincy High School, and we still have the early childhood and family center that we still need to spend health, life, safety dollars in. But if we do this plan, we're also going to save an estimated $11.2 million in building operational costs. That does not have anything to do with any type of staffing reductions or busing transportation cost reductions. This is simply the building operational savings. So what we're doing is the district has 1,263,000 square feet. We're going to take out 158,000 with this new plan, about 12.5% reduction. They say, well, we've got the same number of students, we've got the same number of staff. How do we take 158,000 square feet out of our plan? Well, it's called efficiency. Our new buildings are very efficient. We don't have a lot of wasted space. Baldwin School has 20-foot wide hallways with lockers sticking out of them. We're also going from 8 facilities, 7 grade schools plus Baldwin, that have gymnasiums and cafeterias and kitchens. We're not going to have 5. So we're reducing the square footage. But in addition to that, we have very efficient buildings from an energy standpoint. Good HVAC and lighting systems, well-insulated roofs, walls. And so with all these, with that pickup in energy efficiency, coupled with the reduction in square footage, $560,000 a year or $11.2 million over 20 years can be saved. Okay, last slide. Okay, how are we going to do this? Well, you can see the 2 top bar charts are on the same schedule. This is Quincy High School, and this is Monroe. I think well, it might be, I might have it flipped, I can't read it from here. But anyway, that's Quincy High and Monroe, starting next summer, and by the fall of 2016, they're operational, because we want Quincy High School done to get the freshmen out to Quincy High School from junior high. And then we also want to get Monroe School done because we own the site, so we can build that K-5. So when we move the 9th graders to high school, we can move the 6th graders to junior high, and now we've got the Monroe School built. So Baldwin School is going to start to unload, you can imagine. And then, starting then the stair-step pattern here. These are the 3 sites we don't know, and we're going to stagger them in construction. The last project here would be Baldwin School, because we have little kids there. We're not going to do a lot of construction there. We're not going to do any construction there with kids. So we want to make sure that these schools are built, the children are in their new K-5 schools, and the last school we would have then is Baldwin. And so what do we do with those kids? Well, that's been constructed. Well, we have Madison School still, we have Adams School. Those students can move to that school for 1 year until Baldwin School is complete. Then all the kids in that area would move back to Baldwin, and we're done. This is about a 4 to 5 year project. And the bonding, the law is you have to obligate the $89 million within 5 years. So this plan fits very well into the project. So anyway, now let's Joel, would you like to say a few words on the finance side?
I'm going to quickly read as best I can the actual language that'll be on the ballot, that is on the ballot for this November 4th election. Shall the Board of Education of Quincy School District number 172, Adams County, Illinois, acquire land, improve the site of, and build and equip 3 new elementary school buildings, demolish the Monroe Elementary School building, improve the site thereof, and build and equip a new elementary school building thereon. Improve the site of, build and equip additions to, and alter, repair, renovate, and equip the Baldwin Intermediate School building, and build and equip a new elementary school building at said site. Improve the site of, build and equip additions to, alter, repair, renovate, and equip the Quincy Senior High School building, alter, repair, equip, provide technology improvements to existing school buildings of said school district, and issue bonds of said school district to the amount of $89 million for the purpose of paying the cost thereof. I read that for you purposely because this is the Board of Education purposely spelled out in the language of the ballot what we're going to be doing with the $89 million. The board wanted to be very clear with the taxpayers what they were voting on. It also is doesn't give us a lot of leeway per se in what we can do with the $89 million. We're restricted to only spend it on what's on the ballot, and that's spelled out fairly well. The $89 million can't be used for teacher salaries. It can't be used for other things that aren't listed on here. That can only be used for those dollars. Todd talked about it earlier. What happens if we go out for bids and we're over bids? Well, we can't. $89 million is the maximum amount that we have to spend, and we can't go over $1 more. We can't go over a penny more. So if we don't make our marks with that $80 million, we're going to go back to these guys and say, what can we do to bring the cost of the buildings down? What can we do? We'll have to rebid it and such. We do have some, as Todd mentioned, there is contingency dollars built into the budget. So as you know, if we run into a site where the ground, the soils aren't good and we need to do some remediation there, we'd have some dollars to be able to cover those types of costs. We get a lot of questions in regards to what happens to our existing facilities. Right now, it's the board's intention to basically sell those facilities off. Unless there's a economically advantageous reason for us to keep a facility, right now we are looking to sell the various facilities within the district. As far as how this impacts the taxes, we have structured the bond sale estimated to be able to maintain a level overall tax rate of what we currently have right now. So if you're living in a home right now, and as long as your EAV doesn't go up on that home, your taxes to the school district shouldn't increase over the life of this building project. We're all, just to be clear and transparent here on stuff like that, we are basing that ability to do that on increasing the EAV in the district by 2% a year. There are some, we've been criticized by some that 2% a year is a number that can't be attainable, but if you go back and look at the history of EAV growth in the district, 2% is a very obtainable number. Even back in 2008 and 2009, in the middle of the Great Recession that we've had, Quincy's EAV was growing at 6 and 8%. These last couple of years, we grew 0.37 2 years ago. Last year was 0.76. We're just kind of in a market adjustment here as far as the EAV goes. We just got preliminary numbers from the county clerk's office to establish for taxes for this year, and they're actually looking at giving us growth rates of about 2.6% for this coming year. So we think 2% is an attainable number in that regards. I think that's it.
One thing that I wanted to mention, and we want to get your questions because I know you probably have a few or a lot. On this schedule, on this construction schedule, we could have pulled all this construction up at the front, built these all at one time if we had the land. But they're stair-stepped because we want to take advantage of our local workforce. We've got a lot of great general contractors, mechanical, electrical, plumbing contractors. Now, we can't guarantee they're going to get the work because it's publicly bid. We're going to get a lot of interest from outside the area. But if we stair-step this, we're giving our local contractors the best possible chance to participate. And a contractor participating up here that gets the job, he can probably participate down here. So $89 million spent in this community as much as possible will turn over many, many times. And will be a great economic boost for our community.
I think you have pictures come up, don't you?
Yes.
Let me just hit really quickly on a couple frequently asked questions, and then we have some pictures we've taken throughout the district that I think are interesting to see. A couple things, where the new school is going to be. We touched a little bit on that. 66% of our population's kids live between 24th Street and the river. So we've got to put schools between 24th Street and the river. Those of us, I'm from Quincy, thinking about 24th Street to the river, you're thinking, wow, that's a stuffed area. There's not a lot of space there. Why don't we build all out the bypass? There's plenty of room out there. We can expand forever. That's not where our kids are, and that does away with kind of the neighborhood school concept. So the schools have to be between 24th Street and the river, a couple of them at least, have to be between 24th Street and the river. When you start looking around for property, and you start driving around and go, hey, there's some property here, there's some property there. At this point, there's no talk about using the eminent domain of taking over people's homes. There's plenty of property out there owned by other agencies, whether it be business, parks, schools, whatever, that we have looked at that are open, an open piece of property that would fit nicely into the 2 acres, 7.5 acres, 7.5 acres. So it's the 30th talk that I've given, and I'm just now realizing. See, I haven't paid attention to your talk.
There were 2 city blocks.
Two city. I knew there was 2 in there somewhere. Thank you. Thank you. My dad had Alzheimer's. My grandpa had Alzheimer's, and it's 2 city blocks. I know. So there actually is property between 24th Street and the river that could be attainable and usable without displacing people or things that are currently there. So the locations are to be determined. I know that there's talks going on already. As a matter of fact, we had looked at property down by Quincy Notre Dame, which had opened up. Once we found out that Notre Dame, we met with Notre Dame, and they said, yeah, no, that property is something you can look at. Notre Dame discussed it further, and they said, you know, we might really want that property down the line. We don't have any ideas for the utilization of that property now, but somewhere down the line, we don't want to have be boxed in by the public school system right there. Although, as Mark McDowell spoke with us, he said, you know, having a grade school there would be kind of nice. It helps with busing. The Notre Dame kids can mentor the younger public school kids, so it would work nice. But boxing them into that property may not be the right thing. So once we heard after Notre Dame Foundation spoke and said, you know, really that piece of property might be valuable to us down the line, we pulled back on that piece of property. So we're not looking at that property anymore. So I just want to kind of quell that rumor. But there is other property around town that are very neat pieces of property that a school could fit nicely on. So that's one thing. Why can't where the new schools can be. The other thing is, why can't we use the old schools? And again, we kind of touched on that. Because like the amount of money it would take to keep Baldwin running is a miserable school building, really. During the rainstorms we've had, especially the strong ones that were within about 2 weeks of school starting, so first part of September when we had the strong storms, there were actually teachers with garbage cans collecting water running through the building into the classrooms. That doesn't mean that our maintenance department does a bad job. As a matter of fact, I always tell people, if you go and visit a school, whether it's for you're just there to visit, whether you have a parent-teacher meeting, whether they're for a music concert, whatever, I think the schools look phenomenal. They're phenomenally well kept. The bathrooms are pristine for what they must go through during the school day. Madison School, you walk in, it's a beautiful building. That's where I grew up. That's where my kids went. My sister's kids went there. My sister currently teaches there. We love Madison School. But you don't realize until you think about it. You enter mid-building, you go up or down the stairs. The restrooms are all in the basement. I didn't think twice about it until we got through this. What a pain that is during the school day. When we're there just for a half hour, 45 minutes, you don't need the restrooms. You don't think about it. But what a pain that must be to get the kids from the second floor down to the basement to use that. Madison's a beautiful building. It's not a beautiful school building anymore. So trying to update those buildings and keep them going as school buildings is not, I think, a realistic option that we have for that. So those, I think, are the 3. And then why aren't the school employees supporting the referendum was the 3rd one. I talked about that earlier, introducing Joel. So I think next will be some pictures that really kind of hit home as to when you go in and you're looking at your kid or your grandkid and they're so cute, you look at their artwork up on the wall, you don't notice what's behind the artwork and what's holding that artwork up. So here's some pictures that kind of show what that is. We'll load some of the pictures up now. Todd just recently switched to Mac, and it's been a nice learning opportunity for Todd to go along to see. That's not Mac version. Oh, here you go.
Okay, real quickly, I'll move through these, but just to give you an idea, this is, I believe, Marion School, and you can kind of see where we're using. We need a lot of storage space. We're kind of cramming storage into any place we can find it. This is what I was talking about, where we had a storage room, or a closet almost. We have a desk, a chair, and I believe this is a reading recovery room. Here's a makeshift little space, maybe for some reading intervention. I think these are file cabinets that have partitioned off an area in a bigger room just to have space to work. Another area similar to that with just a lot of, there's really no place to go with this stuff, and they're kind of finding every spot available. Storage out in the hallways. We've got the copy machine right here in the hallway. We've got some storage and some filing here occurring. This is storage within a classroom. More storage in, I think this is Washington School. This was an auditorium that's been converted into some classroom and storage space. Here's all our nice utilities that run above the exposed in the hallways, and it's just over the years, it's just things added on top of things. This is not going nothing too much other than you can see the window air conditioner. And here's another window air conditioner. A lot of our schools have this for our air conditioning, so teachers have to talk over the top of the noise of the air conditioner, which does not help our students in the learning process. This is the ceiling at Dewey in the auditorium I was telling you about, where we have water coming in the parapet walls up above, and you can just see the damage that's being done here by water. Some worse damage. And you say, well, we'll just fix the roof. Well, there's a lot of internal damage above the plaster ceilings that we have to deal with. This is the one though, this is about a $100,000 repair at Dewey. This is the auditorium, and a couple years ago we noticed the plaster ceiling was actually starting to fall. We noticed it because the hanger rods, the ceiling had pulled through a couple of the hanger devices that hold the ceiling up. We noticed that, so in order to fix that, we put some plywood up and bolted it up through into the structure. Now, if that ceiling would have started to come down, it would have all come down. It would have been a chain reaction, would have taken the whole ceiling. And there are students and staff in this area. That's about a $100,000 repair to fix all that. And these are just some pictures of students with the transportation issue. Here's a classic here. This is Adams School, a gentleman dropping off his child, but he's looking down the street to see if cars are coming. It's not that his parents doing anything wrong. It's just there's not much else option that he has to get his child to school. And I think if you notice the paper, I think at one point you noticed this with the student being carried down the steps. That's an ADA issue that we have. Okay, questions?
What we typically do in these public forums is we'll take questions. If you can keep your questions the first round to one at a time, that way everyone can get at least one of their questions answered tonight. Once everyone has had a shot at one question, then we'll go back and take second and thirds. And we'll obviously stay for as long as you guys want us to. Joel, Todd, and I are here to answer questions. Any questions, concerns, comments, we'll take them.
I went to senior high, which is Baldwin. They have that new addition on the white halls that we're talking about. First of all, I think the white hallways are great. And I've been in schools where part of the school had narrow hallways, the other part, the older part, had wide hallways. And it was really advantageous to move all those students down a hallway with wide hallways. Anyway, it doesn't seem like it's been that long ago since they put that new addition on Quincy Senior High, which is now Baldwin. Now, sorry.
1963.
Yeah. So I was there then.
Built 57. What's that? Baldwin built 57. The original part was, and then Baldwin South, that area he's talking about, was added on to. Yeah.
All right, now junior high school. My mother went to that when I was senior high, and it's still there, and it's a beautiful building. Yet the one I went to years later, you're going to tear down. Now the new schools, when you build those, are they going to be, really solid, substantial buildings like junior high? Or are they only going to last, 30 years again? 30 years, like the present one they built.
That's a good question, and if I had to answer your question directly, the way these schools will be built, it would be for a 100-year school. Now, if I told you it was going to be built like junior high, I would be lying to you, because junior high is built completely different with the materials that were used, the terrazzo floors, and so forth. We're not going to put in terrazzo floors that you see even out here in the hallway when you came in. It's very expensive. We don't need terrazzo floors, but they're not going to be built like Ellington, Monroe, Baldwin. There was an era in the 50s they were building buildings very quickly, and the materials used were not long-lasting type of materials. So we are going to build the schools out of a lot of masonry and steel, block, brick, good, substantial materials. But to say junior high school, we'd be not telling you the truth, because junior high is unique in this community as a building.
Other questions? Yes.
Thanks, Todd. Yes, I was on the steering committee, and one of the things I was proud of
when I left, there was going to have 4 new buildings. One of the things I was proud of is that we were going to get the children just away from 30th and Main. Besides, this is the only complaint that I've heard more than the fact that freshmen are junior high. The only complaint I've heard over the years more than get the freshmen out of junior high and get them over to 30th and Main is why do we have little kids at 30th and Main? And one of the things that I was most comfortable with, and I like some of the improvements that you're doing to that Baldwin school. I just think it would be better suited for freshmen and perhaps 8th graders until you get all the elementary schools built. But I do appreciate all the hard work you've done on that. But it's just and I remember when I was driving with my red Ford Galaxy convertible when I was a new driver and a high school student. I would hate to have to worry about a 5-year-old kindergartner running over from the other school to meet his older brother in the parking lot or something. I mean, you'd say, well, nothing's happened, nobody's fallen in the pond, something like that. But I don't think it's a good mix to put high school students that are just learning how to drive, just getting used to driving, with right next to kindergarten and 5th graders, let alone right now 4th, 5th, and 6th graders. And can I hear your reasoning on this?
Well, as you remember, Jeff, when we had the 4-building concept, we were probably about $110 million concept. Now, when we went back to the Baldwin School concept, it's part of it's economics driven, but the other part of it is, I mean, the way that the Baldwin School addition has laid into that is it's very buffered from the high school. The gymnasium, auditorium is a buffer zone. Now, high school students don't drive down between the buildings. That's not part of what they do. I mean, they're up in the upper parking lot and they're very well separated. So we started talking about statistics and do kids intermingle between high school and that age kid, and they really don't. So the economics part of that is we had a good facility there that we could reuse the gymnasium, cafeteria, and auditorium. So that was a reason for the grade school going back into that area.
I'm just telling you, that's the biggest concern that I've heard over the years.
Yeah, and I've not heard those complaints, Jeff, but and Joel, maybe you want to.
Well, I just think it's important to point out that basically 30th and Main is a more of a residential area. It is not and it is more a school zone type of area. Jeff, your argument about kids and driving, you would have the same issue with Madison just down the street from the high school. I'm actually far more worried about Ellington School, which really sits in the middle of an industrial complex with heavy trucks and stuff like that driving past it on a daily basis. And that's far more concerning than a high school kid that gets out an hour before the elementary students would get out, and going from Baldwin, which now has 1,500 students, going down to a school that would have 500 or 600 students. So there's a big difference between traffic and the amount of students and things. And so there's a lot of other safety issues besides just mixing student traffic.
And just to let you know, Jeff is the one who's handing out the alternative view information that you have in front of us. That is not part of us, but it's certainly, as I explained to him in our last public forum, I said in Russia you would not be allowed to do that. But here in the United States, it's nice that you're able to show up and disseminate what information you want, which is what makes us unique as a country. Any other questions? No. Come on, you guys don't sit here for an hour. We got some questions. Oh.
With the proposed changes, how will that affect the average student on the length of bus ride?
In some cases, it'll shorten the bus ride. One of the things that we currently have right now with the way our setup is we basically have what's known as a 5-tier bus system. We have 5 different times that buses are going out. In some cases, they're crossing paths and stuff like that. By going to the new configuration, the K-5 configuration, moving 9th grade to the high school and such, we'll actually save the number of bus routes. And the transportation time to most of will actually be shorter. It will not, very few, in fact, I can't think of anyone that'll actually have an increased bus time. If you actually want to talk about the 9th graders, some of them get bused in and then get bused over to the high school for first period classes because there's some electives that they're not able to take at the junior high, and then they're bused back to the junior high to the rest of the day, and then they're bused back to the high school if they're doing an after school activity. So there's a lot of bus time that some of these 9th grade kids actually get involved in. So under the new plan, we'll have considerably less busing and we're probably saving close to probably about $500,000 a year in busing savings by the new configuration.
Thank you for the presentation this evening. My question centers on security for the proposed new elementary schools. First of all, are there code requirements for the state now that drives security requirements for new construction? And if there are, what security professionals review the plans to make sure they're compliant? And I guess if there's not such a code, is there potential for those security requirements to be designed out if you get close to the 89 million threshold?
Right now, as you know, we have security at our buildings. We've just got one at the entrance. The district took that on, how many years ago, Joel, by installing security?
Ready for Columbine.
Yeah, so from a code standpoint, I can't say that there's a specific code that says you have to have this level of security. I think that from a good practice in today's world, the level of security is a good idea. We would rely on security professional consultants, I would imagine, when we get into the design, because that's a very specialty area. So when we're designing, we would be relying on their expertise. That technology is changing on a daily basis, just like everything else. So if we get close to the 89 million, that would be a decision that the district would have to make as to whether or not they want to scale back on that. I would say that it's not going to go away completely. To the level that we have it, that would be a district decision they'd have to make as to what they want to cut. But from a good practice, I think that it's a good idea.
Question?
My question is dealing with technology. As you just said, technology is changing. Within 50 years, have the K through 5s been supplemented to provide technologies or rooms for that technology to be taught to the kids?
Since it's part of my hat for the school district is technology, I'll try to answer that. In 20 years, I think, the kid will probably look at his palm and have it, and there won't even be a device. It somehow will be implanted in their skin or something like that. Who knows what's going to happen in that amount of time? But the best we can do is provide the space and the flexibility, and that's what these spaces in these classrooms allow us to do, is that flexibility. The district is a totally wireless environment now. So that any of our buildings that you go to, there's wireless capable, both for teacher access device, and starting in January we're going to start allowing some student access device to bring their own devices in, so that student can have access within the classrooms and such. So the biggest thing we can do is provide for flexibility, and these spaces do provide us with that flexibility.
Todd, talk a little bit about adding on to the buildings of growth and Quincy have.
Yeah, the way the buildings are designed, wouldn't it be great if Quincy were to start growing and we have a growth in our population and our tax base and everything else, but the buildings are designed to be expanded. So the one thing we're not going to do is shoehorn ourselves into a site where we cannot expand. So the idea is we could add classrooms onto the building relatively easy, where the common areas have been designed for growth, gymnasiums, cafeterias, and so forth, but the easy part of the building to expand would be the classroom area. So we're planning for that, so we're not shoehorned into something where we can't grow.
Question? Round two.
Yes, we had the new audit come out today, and the calculated legal debt limit is $89,561,726. Now, one of the concerns I have, and I've mentioned it before, is that, well, first, we may need to use a pension bond, especially if, regardless of the governor, the pension gets set down here. I attend the Quincy fireman pension meetings, and one of the things they talk about is using a pension bond to help fund that. Well, if we have the pensions fund down here, we need to get some debt capacity for that. Also, if you need to do issue another working cash bond, or my suggestion would be a line of credit. If the state of Illinois happens to be slow in paying its bills sometime in the future, that could possibly happen. And it seems like you're bumping up against, I know although it has increased, but it seems like you're bumping up against that legal debt limit. And, the concern I have is like, there's other plans out there, you'd only draw 35 million out of 50 million, you'd have a lot more flexibility to acquire debt. You're pretty much at your limit, so could you help me with that?
We're at our limit for 1 year right now, Jeff.
All right, thank you.
And as you know, and you've asked the question, we've answered it before for you, is every year our EAV increases and therefore our debt limit increases. Even at full blown, when we have bonds outstanding, we'll have a minimum of $27 million of debt capacity to be able to issue bonds. So in case there was for whatever reason, a boiler blew up or something where it was beyond what we could do, we have debt capacity to do that. As far as the pension goes, it's kind of one of those things we'll have to wait and see what the state legislature does and how they allow us to handle and make those payments. But I'm not going to speculate on what Springfield's going to do.
One of the things I think in looking at 89 million is a lot of money, but if you think about Adams School that has a boiler and heating system that's the 1950s,
yes.
If that needs to be replaced, Todd says it'll be about or the smart guys with the suits say it's going to be about $1.2 to $1.4 million just for heating and air conditioning in a building that currently is not the best school building that we have. So it adds up quickly, and all that 1.4 million, 500,000 for this, 500,000 for that adds up very quickly. And here we have a plan that within our budget of the school district, of the city, with keeping our taxes flat based on your assessed property value today, it seems like a phenomenal option for Quincy. And bringing businesses in, keeping businesses here in town, what does that do? That brings money to town. What does money do? It supports the football booster club that Todd and I are part of at the high school. We had to raise $90,000 this year just to keep our team on the field. What about Quincy Notre Dame? All that money has to come from the citizens of Quincy, right? So we need people to move to town, to work here, to keep those entities going. What about our arts? What about the Quincy Museum? What about the little theater? I guess they call it the Quincy Theater. It was a little theater when I was a kid on Payson. What keeps that going is money, fortunately or unfortunately. So building new schools, I think, will allow people to move to town. When we recruit physicians, I'm a physician here in town, when we recruit physicians, they know what the medical environment is, because obviously they've studied the medical environment, they're looking to come here. And then they ask, what are the schools like? And if we explain to them what our average ACT score is at the high school or at Notre Dame, they look at the average ACT score at the public schools and go, wow, that's not very good. But what we have to explain to them is Illinois is one of only 7 states where every kid has to take the ACT. So I have 2 kids that are going to blow, myself, I have 2 kids that are going to blow the ACT test out of the water. I have one child in my age with autism. So he's going to take that same test. He's going to be happy as heck taking that test. He's a happy-go-lucky little kid. He'll get whatever probably the lowest score is. So he's going to pull down those 2 high scores and make it look like our teachers are not doing a good job to someone coming from St. Louis or Chicago, where their suburban school has 99% of their kids going on to college, and all their ACT scores are 27, 28, 29, and 30s. So then you explain to them, hey, here's what we do. We in Quincy support everybody. Quincy is known for that, right? We have phenomenal public facilities here because we support everybody. Despite race, despite academic ability, we support everyone. Let's look at our schools and let's show you how good the Quincy public schools are. So if you have disabilities like my son, you'll be well cared for and well treated and well educated through the process. If you are on the high end, we will educate you, get you off, and get you going to one of the Ivy League schools if that's what you want. Let's take a look at our building. You take them around now, unless they're architectural fiends and go, wow, Madison's a beautiful building. They're going to look at our buildings and go, really? Do you know what we have up in Chicago? Do you know what we have down in St. Louis? That's what we're thinking of moving from. Why are we moving to Quincy to move into these buildings? It seems to me, and again, when Joel starts talking all the finances, I get a little eye twitch because I don't quite understand what all about money. My wife is the money person in the house. I make it cheap. Expensive? Hopefully she's not watching all but not being a finance guy, all these numbers, the EAB stuff, my thought is if my tax rate doesn't go up and we can end up with a much, much better school system, it seems like a slam dunk to me. So, any other questions? Yes.
Of course, we all want better schools. And maybe this is off track a little bit, but I used to teach schools in British Columbia. And I've heard principals there, as well as principals in the United States, say that they have more problems now because of parents. And parents come in and they, really criticize the school, really criticize the teacher. They don't support the schools. And when I had parent-teacher day at my school in Alberta and British Columbia, some of the parents, the students who had trouble with behavior, they didn't want to do their work. I talked to the parents on parent-teacher day, and afterwards I say, well, there's the problem. Very often, we don't have any way to help parents be better parents. We have many courses in high school, no parenting courses. I think that should be mandatory here, whole state. So I think that's, to improve education, that's a problem. And also to teach parents how to support the schools. And if a teacher does something wrong, which we all make mistakes, how to handle that so they don't undermine the credibility of the teacher, which in the long run only hurts their child.
There are actually at the Early Childhood Center, there are parenting classes that are given for parents of young children. But that's a very good point. You also don't sound like if we can't pay. You guys always talk about tubes and back bacon. Any other questions, concerns, comments? Thank you very much for coming tonight. We appreciate it. The vote is November 4th. I really think this is important for Quincy, and I think 20 years down the road from now, we'll either look back and say, boy, we made the right decision by voting yes, and it's really helped boost Quincy to the next level. Or we'll look 20 years from now and have schools that are, 140 some odd years old to 80 some odd years old and go, what were we thinking back then? The bond rate was at the right level. It was the right thing to do and we missed the vote. So please, 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 if you're going to vote yes, get out and vote yes on November 4th. Get your buddies that are going to vote yes to go and vote on November 4th. If you are going to vote no, please go on vacation that week. And thank you for coming.
George, is there signs? Can we pick up signs?
Yeah, that one on the front. Thank you very much.
Thanks for doing this. Someone asked a question because you covered something that when they did the